Sunday. I hope you I hope your day is going great. All right, we're about to do a flight from Seattle all the way to Atlanta. We're gonna fly my my most favorite aircraft, and that will be the new A35X. This is Delta livery, and we're getting everything ready now. But we need that. I don't know where it's going. Maybe it was already activated. Okay. So let's do this. Back. Where is it? It's in the Okay, I had activated it from here. Is it back? Is it coming back? Yes. Alright. Okay. So catering is doing its thing. I don't know why it's all the way. It went through the plane. That's not right. That doesn't look right. Anyway, okay. So let's get this party started. I'm going to sim brief real quick to get my to do my flight plan. So we are flying as Delta 12, and we're leaving Seattle, direct flight to Atlanta, and we're flying the A35X. Sorry, the A35K. Well, some people call it A, some people call it K. Okay, so A35K. That's for the 1,000. And we have Delta right here. It's gonna be a flight. The flight will be 4 hours and 20 minutes, and we're gonna be departing. It wants us to depart runway 16 left. Okay. All right. Our we're gonna be cruising. Our cruising index with 53. The distance is 1966 nautical miles. Air time, it says, is 3 hours and 48 minutes and 40 seconds. That's interesting. We're going to use the trip 50,000 pounds of fuel. And we'll be landing with 26,510 pounds, no extra fuel. And the block of fuel we have for this flight will be 77,975 pounds. I will be departing 16 left, and we'll be flying the it looks like November 2 departure, direct to Seattle. Well, let's see. So we have done that. We're gonna go ahead and generate the flight. Okay, it's generated. Now we can pull it up. I mean, those of those of you who remember the good old Microsoft, no, not even Microsoft, Explain, is it 8 or 10 DVDs? Do you remember those days? I know, you're still 20 years old. No, you're not. You remember, you play this game now, we play this game now, but we don't know how we suffered in the past. You know, now look at how easy it is. You go to SimBrief, you do your flight plan, you just type in some things, you know, it calculates your fuel, it gives you your, you know, it even assigns you a nice runway, and oh wow, it gives you all your fixes, all your waypoints. Before, in the beginning, we used to type these in, like we used to type the waypoints in. I love doing long haul. if you look me up, you see I've been on VATSIM live for more than I have more than 9,000 hours on VATSIM. That is being online. I have done 3 times that offline. I can guarantee you that. Because I've been suspended from VATSIM so many times for flying and not responding to ATC on time, and then they penalize me by, you know. So, but anyway, the point I'm making is that it is, we have really come a long way. You know, my gosh, I feel like, yeah, we have come a long way. We have come a long way. Internet, you know, you remember dial-ups. You remember you got mail. You know, you remember how, you know, you remember how long there used to be a time that it would take more than 3 minutes to download one picture. Can you imagine that? There used to be a time. It takes more than, I remember those days when I used to buy my X-Plane. You know, the first time when they started doing an online thing, the download could take 8-9 hours, 12 hours, and it's still downloading. Like, it's unimaginable. We have really come a long way. So I don't know what in the next, I don't know, in the next 10 years, I suspect what is going to happen is that a lot of people that are rich are going to be a lot richer. A lot of us that are poor are going to be a lot poorer. And because we are poor, we would not be able to do a lot of traveling. Therefore, the rich will come up with this wonderful idea where we can travel virtually. So I think what's going to happen is that a lot of us will not be able to fly to Tokyo, but we can maybe through some flight sim, I guess, I can fly you to Tokyo. I mean, some people will say, what's the point of going physically to Tokyo if you can go virtually to Tokyo? You know, that's the next thing that that's going to be sold to us. You know, why do you need to travel? Why risk air travel? I mean, look at all the plane crashes. I mean, look, why travel? Why risk all that? You know, just get this. You know, and you can literally, I mean, it would be like walking on the streets of Tokyo. Try it. So, I think at that time, our flight sims would definitely be a huge deal. I can see a friend of mine visited like years ago. I can remember like 6 or 7 years ago. And I was playing a flight sim, and it was VR. Do you know? Have you ever played flight sim in VR? Oh, you need to try that. If you have not, excuse me, if you have not played this game in VR, you need to try it. Do you know that? Oh my goodness! It looks. When I say real. You don't understand. You do not understand. If you don't try this, don't try this. But I kid you not. If somebody is asleep, and let's say and you put on a VR thing on them, and you know, I did this to my friend. I told him to close his eyes. He closed his eyes, and I put the VR thing on him, and he was, you know, the pilot, and I clicked and made it. There's this. I can't remember exactly what they have it saved as, but you can decide to actually see yourself flying without the plane, without the actual plane. So in other words, if you look down, you see the ground. There's no plane. Imagine you just standing on top of the world. Do you know that when I told him to open his eyes, when I told him to open his eyes and he looked straight and it was the VR, do you know that he almost fainted? So this is somebody that knew this is what we're about to do. But yet, it looked so real that it almost gave him a panic attack. So I believe very strongly, I believe that this whole flight sim thing in the next 10 years is going to be, I believe we're going to be living in some kind of virtual reality in the next, 50 years or whatever. So I believe I can't imagine what flight sim will look like then. I mean, maybe by then they'll be selling it as a hardware. Can you imagine that? You buy it, you buy this cockpit looking thing, you can set it up how you like, you have the screens, you can now feel the forces, you can feel the turbulence, oh my goodness. You can feel the turbulence, you can feel the bumps, and you can feel all that stuff, man. Like, it will feel so good. And it won't even be that expensive. It will be cheaper than what we are doing now. I really look forward to, well, I don't know if I'll be alive at that point. But it will be an exciting time. Then people will be looking at us and say, oh my goodness, did they used to do this? They used to do this? Oh my gosh. Just as we now look upon the time that we used to load this flight sim with 8 DVDs. And sorry for you, if any DVD scratches or you have any error message, you can't do it again. But look at it. So easy. I'm about to literally import all my flights, all my stuff in here. I have my ground, they're working. I just click this, it comes up. Look at my load sheet, everything. I don't even need to remember how many passengers I have on board. You just click this. It imports it nicely from SimBrief. It imports it for you, and then you can it tells you how many, you set your ZFW, then it tells you how many passengers you have. Look at that, just a click. Look at it. It calculates it for you. This is the fuel. Your fuel is done. You look at your ZFCG is done. Look at it. It even gives you a nice pictorial display. A nice blue. Oh my goodness! Like I can't wait to see what this will look like in the next 30 years. Okay, look at it. You want to sing from SimBrief? It gives it to us. Seattle, elevation 370 feet. Okay, we're gonna sing. Okay, we want. I like 3 flaps configuration. Trucks toga. So we sync it with that. We compute it, and it gives it to us. Our view one is 150. Rotate 150. V2 156. People used to calculate this by hand. So some of you, for those of you, okay, I need to say this because this cost me my vocation. I will forever walk this earth sad and really sad because I never got an opportunity to really be what I want to be in this life, and that is to be a pilot. And well, yes, I have bad eyesight, yes, but pilots can fly blind, why not? Anyway, but no. The second and important reason was that I was stupid enough to listen to my sister. So here's the problem. I'm from Nigeria, right? I'm originally from Nigeria. And we have this weird thing. I don't know if they still do it now. But we have this weird thing where your parent decides your career, So everybody got their career decided. Mine was probably decided from birth because I don't know who on earth looked at me and thought I would make a good doctor. So, you know, I'll be giggling the patients to understand. God. Oh my goodness. No, no, I can't. But I tried. But anyway, I wanted to be a pilot. I wanted to be a pilot. Look at how, serious I was about being a pilot, right? When I was 13 years old, I wrote a letter to the United States Defense Academy from Nigeria. And I wrote that I want to come to America and I want to join the U.S. Defense Academy. Do you know that they still wrote back to me? Like America was so like they wrote back to me. The American letterhead, the whole 9 yards. They wrote back to me, and they wrote and they told me, oh, if I want to come to the USDA, I have to go through the Nigerian Army and blah 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 blah. That is how they vote. That is how I wanted. Another thing that I did that made me really know that I love aviation was when I was in primary school, I convinced one of my friends that we could build a plane. We really actually started building a plane. And how I convinced him about that, I do not know. Because at first he thought I was crazy. At first he actually told me I was crazy. But then, after some weeks, he was part of the plan. We started actually drawing the plan. You know, we started doing our calculations. We started doing our ratios. We started constructing the plane. So what does that tell you? If you have a friend who you think is mad, if you stay long enough near them, you will get mad too. But then the problem is, you may not realize that you are mad as well. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry. We're supposed to be flying a plane. Hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on. You see, that's the problem. That's why I can't be a medical doctor. I can tell you right now. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. We're supposed to be having brain surgery. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. What am I doing here? I'm sorry. Anyway, oh Lord. Okay, we're gonna be so late to this flight. All right, let's. Whew. But anyway, I love this. When I tell you I love this, I love this. You know, oh my gosh. If okay, let's say now I need to do two things at the same time. We're gonna use okay. Let's say I just wake up tomorrow and hear that, oh, I won the lottery. I won like $15 million. You know the first person. You know the first call I'm gonna make. I'm gonna call. We're gonna use 2 squad. I'm calling Honda Jet. I am calling Honda Jet. There's a new Honda Jet that is coming that you can fly from coast to coast. It can literally fly for more than 7-8 hours. I want that Honda Jet. And no, it's not for me. There is an experiment I want to make with that Honda Jet. And what is that? I believe, and I've really done the research on this, for those of you who have money and you're trying to invest, I can give you an insight. I can give you some business ideas. One of them is using a Honda Jet as a plane available for rental in the United States. Just like people can go to the airport and rent a car, you can go and rent a Honda Jet. And I can tell you the way that I did that. It was a study that I did because it was a business I was interested in doing. At some point, it would have really been a great thing during the pandemic. But anyway, that shows you how it's pandemic proof. Let me just give you this homework. Find out the number of commercial pilots in the United States. More than 89% of those pilots cannot afford a private jet or fly private. A lot of them depend on kind of flying through their company. It can be inconvenient. These pilots, I sent out a survey to a lot of them, and they do not mind paying some kind of subscription, monthly subscription, to have available options to access to a plane that they can fly their families to within 4 or 5 hours from United States coast areas. If you're interested in that business, let me know. But I can tell you, Honda Jet is it. I can give you a hint on the 3 places that you can put those locations at. Subscription costs, I've done all that calculation. It's a way to make quick money. So that's what I want the 5 million for. Oh, you think I want 5 million to fly around? No. A lot of people, I believe, if you introduce a lot of people to flying, they will actually love flying. A lot of people would love it as a hobby. But a lot of people do not know it is. Well, a lot of us cannot afford it. You know, flying is not something that people can easily afford. It's expensive. It's very expensive. But but what I'm concerned about is access. I want these pilots, commercial and private, I want them to be able to take their families. 3, 4, 5 kids, don't matter. You know, get to Atlanta, get on a Honda Jet with your family and fly to Bahamas. You can decide to be flown and picked up. You can decide to fly yourself. You have a license. You don't need 2 pilots for that. There's so many options. There are so many ideas I have in my head, but no money. When you don't have money, things become very, very limited. But yeah, so this is one of the easy things. See, we just put in our ID. Now our FMS. Let's get our flight plan. Look at how easy it is. Look at it. I request it. I really appreciate all the effort these people have put into this. Like, you may just look at this and just feel it's so easy. If you started this flight same from the beginning, like, this is like heaven. Look at this. I have received it. I just click now and inserts it. It inserts the whole thing. It brings up, oh my, like, come on, man. Oh gosh, this is like, whew. Look at it. Look at how easy. Look at how real it looks. Like, imagine watching this in VR. If you have not done Microsoft in VR, if you have not done Flight Sim in VR, please try it. I think in the next 15, 20 years, I believe a lot of us are going to switch a lot of our stuff to VR. We'll be shopping in VR. We'll be maybe the next 50 years, I don't know, but I think VR is going to be something huge. And then somehow AI is going to be part of the VR. Like, I think we're somehow our reality is going to be very, very, very different from what we have today. And I don't know if we are ready for it. But it's going to be very different. I mean, people have started having AI that they have sex with. They have started having AI robots that whatever your orientation is, you can decide, you can literally decide if you're straight, if you're heterosexual, you can decide, you can design the boobs, you can decide the BBL as they call it, you can decide the everything. You can literally design it and they will make it for you. So why get a partner that you have to do all these extras for, when you have this AI that will do it anything? You know what I'm saying? Like it sounds weird, but it's gonna be our reality soon. You're probably gonna have people divorcing because husbands are complaining, wives are complaining that their partners are spending more time with the toys than with well, it won't be a toy anymore because some of them are very expensive. I'm not asking how I know the prices. I'm just letting you know. I am not going to take off this flight today. That is why I can't be a doctor. You see the problem? Okay, let us see. At this point, Delta HR is calling me. Okay, so we decided we were going to. What's the wrong way? Yeah, God. How was I even going to be a good pilot in the first place? I'll be calling the flight attendants. Where are we going again? Yeah, Delta 12. Okay. Ooh. All right. 16 left. 16 left it is. 16 left. We have this. Okay. And our SID is, we're looking for month 2. Okay. Any transition? None. All right. So we're flying direct to, let's confirm it. 16 left. Direct to Seattle. There you go. Perfect. We now click this. See how easy it was. See? It's all in there now. Perfect. All right. Now, all right, we go back. What else? Navigate's done. Fuel and our load. We look it up. All we do is just basically just type it in. Fuel load, where we load sheet. Our fuel load is 77975. Our block of fuel 77975. 77.9. You have to press the enter key. Okay, our ZFW is 421.5. Oh, by the way, 421.5. Okay, when you are doing this virtually, you are actually using your hand. So instead of this mouse thing that you see, it's actually your hand, your finger touching them. Yeah. I'm not asking you to use your rent money to try and invest in VR. No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. No, don't get me wrong. Do it when you can. Before some of you will now go and spend your rent money on VR and then blame it on me. Okay, ZG is 30.1. So we have 30.1. Where are you? 30.1. Enter. How many passengers? We have 349 souls on board this flight. Okay. All right, and that's done. Now take off. We come here. Remember what we did? It has done all our calculation nicely. We just click this and send it to the FMS. And we just go over to the FMS and confirm. Oh, so hard. Oh my goodness. How hard we have worked today. Ooh, my goodness. Now we can return back to this and everything is all set for us. Oh gosh, we're all ready to go. Hard work pays off. 122.8. I'm not flying online. So because I don't want to wait for clearance and all that today. Okay, so that's it. Oh, I love using this. Why didn't I even activate this? I would have loved to have it. Okay, let's try that. Let's do it real quick. I'll do it for like 10 minutes. Well, it'll be about 10 more minutes before we can do it anyway. I'll do it real quick. It's called Pack X, Passenger X. So it basically gives us like all these other realism, like pilot talking, flight attendants, announcements and so on. I'm gonna set it for 7 minutes. So it tells us the flight time is actually 3 hours and 48 minutes. We must have good wind. And we're gonna be flying at 37, our altitude will be 37,000 feet. Okay? Okay. Oh, Kinda Kendall, you say, how is the weather right now? The weather is lovely. Oh my goodness, the weather is nice. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful day to fly. It's a beautiful day to fly. Yes. You see, I don't understand how people can be. Whoever said that money does not give you happiness? I don't understand. Let me Google who said that. Where is that word come from? Money does not give you happiness. I want to see who said this. Who was the first person? Money can't buy happiness. A neuroscientist explains why. Okay, first of all, you're a neuroscientist, okay? Yes, you know about it, but you're also, you have some good money, okay? You have money. Let me tell you something. If you have money and you don't know how to be happy, bring it to me. Let me say it again. If you have money, and you don't know how to be happy, can I give you my phone number? I would gladly, I would sacrifice and gladly help you get rid of it. Like, I would love to help you get rid of the money. Money will give me happiness, I can tell you that. But of course it doesn't mean you don't share. Of course it doesn't mean you don't reach out to people. Of course it doesn't deny you from being generous. Of course all that has to be in place. Of course. But don't tell me you have to be poor to be happy. Let me tell you something. The poor in spirit. There's a reason why the Bible said poor in spirit. Not poor without money. The poor in spirit. Jesus was, let me tell you, do not think for 1 second that God wants you to be, what will I say, poor to the point where you can't have your needs met. That is not true. That is not true. That is not true. You can have money, but you understand that your wealth comes from God. Okay? And this is me from my Christian background. Okay? I used to be a monk. I used to be a religious. I used to be a monk. And I'm telling you this from a lot of reflections I've made. I have stayed and I have worked with a lot of poor people. And one of the things I see with them is that there is this happiness, there is this joy. It's called contentment. It's called being happy with what you have. Therefore, if you have wealth, be content with what you have. and you will be happy. Just like you are happy when you have not. If you are, that's why St. Paul said, I know what it means to be poor. I know what it means to be rich. Why? Because at all times, I am content with what I have. I am happy with what I have. I am happy with who I am. If I wake up with nothing tomorrow, I am happy for who I am. If I wake up tomorrow and I win $100 billion, I am happy with who I am. I am content because all that I get, I believe, comes from God. I do my best effort. I put my best foot forward. If I get it, good. If I don't get it, good. But I am content. So please don't misunderstand what I'm trying to say. Be content. If you have money and you're not happy, you are not content with what you have. That's why you're not happy. You are not content. You have to be content with what you have to be happy. Stop thinking about what others have. Stop thinking about what you do not have. Be content. Work towards a better tomorrow. Do your best. Do your best, 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 best. If you get it, good. If you don't get it, it's okay. It's okay to fail. It's okay to fail. It's okay to make a mistake. It's okay. You don't have to kill yourself. You don't have to kill anybody. It's okay. Breathe. All right. We've done our calculations. Everything is good. We are ready to go. I'm giving them enough 7 minutes. All right, let's go. We're about to start our sequence. Oh, hold on. Before we do that, let's see where we're departing runway 16 left. So before we look for this, let's see where we are with respect to the runway. 16 left. 34 right. So this has to be 16 left. All right. So how do we get there? Why did I just go? Why did I put it all the way far back? Oh, okay, it's okay. So we go. You see, if Explain has this a lot better than Microsoft. With Explain, you can see the airport liveries and everything much better. But so right now I can just look at this and say, okay, I would probably have to go. I'm going to turn towards the east. Alright, that's what I'm going to do. But I'm going to leave this open when I'm ready to do that. Alright, so it's just going to work. Okay, after the there you go. Oh, close. No? I'm trying to close this, it's not closing. Okay, if I initiate, let me see. If I request pushback, it should activate everything. No. one day they will have this all nicely integrated, maybe with one, inbuilt into the app. Because you can see what happened is I activated this from inside the plane, but not from outside because
Hello,
it's
ladies and gentlemen. I would love to welcome you aboard our flight. When you find your seat, please be sure to place your larger carry-on items in the overhead bins and smaller items underneath the seat in front of you. Unless you're in the front row, please place all of your items in the overhead bins. If you have any trouble finding a location for your carry-on items, please let a flight attendant know and we would be happy to assist you. If the overhead bin is full, please make sure you close it as a courtesy to other passengers. Please double check that all your items are put away so that the aisle is clear and other passengers can make their way to their seats. If you're in an emergency exit row, please read the exit seating responsibilities in the card in the seat back in front of you. If you're not able to comply with these actions, please let a flight attendant know so that way you can be reseated. You are free to use your portable electronic devices during the boarding process. We ask that larger electronic devices are stowed once we depart from the gate. Thank you and welcome aboard. We are ready to go when you are. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome aboard Flight 12 with service to Atlanta. Our flight time will be roughly 3 hours and 48 minutes. Now that the cabin door is closed, please make sure that all devices are in airplane mode and your large devices are now shut down and stowed. Please fasten your seatbelt and make sure that all tray tables and seat backs are in a full upright and locked position for departure. Flight attendants, please prepare cabin for departure and cross-check. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your complete attention to the flight attendants as they demonstrate the safety features of our aircraft. You will notice a light illuminated above your seat. When this light is illuminated, please fasten your seatbelts low and tight across your lap. To fasten, insert the metal fittings into one another and tighten by pulling on the loose end of the strap. To release your seatbelt, lift the upper portion of the buckle. We suggest that you keep your seatbelt fastened throughout the flight as we may experience unexpected turbulence. There are several emergency exits on this aircraft. To familiarize yourself with the emergency exits on this aircraft, please refer to the safety card in the seat back pocket in front of you. In some cases, your nearest exit might be behind you. If we need to evacuate the aircraft, there is lighting on the floor to guide you towards the exit. In the event that the cabin loses pressure, an oxygen mask will drop right in front of you. To start the flow of oxygen, pull the mask towards you. Place it firmly over your nose and mouth and secure the elastic band behind your head. Tighten the straps if necessary and breathe normally. Although the bag does not inflate, oxygen is flowing to the mask. If you are traveling with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your mask first and then assist others. Keep your mask on until a member of the crew advises you it's safe to remove it. In the unlikely event of a water landing, a life vest is located in a pouch under your seat or between the armrests. When instructed to do so, open the plastic pouch and remove the vest. Slip it over your head. Wrap the straps around your waist and buckle at the front. Pull the strap to tighten. To inflate the vest, pull firmly on the red cord only when exiting the aircraft. If it doesn't inflate automatically, you may blow into the mouthpiece for manual inflation. Each vest is equipped with a whistle and a light. If you need to, your seat cushion can be used as a secondary flotation device. Please make sure to exit the aircraft as soon as possible and leave your belongings. Once again, all devices must be in airplane mode and your larger devices must be turned off and stowed at this time. Please securely stow your personal items. Make sure your seatbelts are fastened and seat backs and tray tables are in their full upright position. We remind you that this is a non-smoking flight. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the smoke detectors located in the lavatories is prohibited by law. All of this information can be found in the safety card located in the seat back in front of you. Please read it and let a cabin member know if you have any questions. Thank you for flying with us again, and we hope you enjoy your flight. The cabin is ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning from the flight deck. This is your captain speaking. Welcome aboard this flight from Seattle to Atlanta. It's a wet morning here in Seattle with light rain and cool temperatures, but nothing we can't handle. Our aircraft is prepped and the flight is all set, and we're just about ready for departure. Once airborne, we'll be climbing above the weather, cruising at 37,000 feet and making our way southeast toward Atlanta. Expect a flight time of approximately 4 hours and 30 minutes. We've been told we might have some delays landing into Atlanta because of heavy traffic. But we'll expect smooth conditions along the way. Atlanta is expecting mild temperatures and some scattered clouds upon arrival. The crew here we're here to ensure you have a comfortable flight, so please sit back, relax, and enjoy the journey. We'll have more updates for you along the way. Once again, welcome aboard, and thank you for flying with us today. Flight crew, please prepare for departure. What was that? What was that? What was that? Oh my gosh, what was that? Did you see that? It's like something was trying to blow us off the sky. Wow. Hold on. Crazy. What is going on? My goodness. This was my worst departure. This is my worst departure by far. Like, I got that thing that hit in the front, like the beginning. That thing was, what was that? What was that? What was that? I'm really curious. What was that? I felt like something, I felt like I hit something. What's that? Wow. Anyway, I'm gonna head straight to see. That was crazy. That really knocked me off my game. Like I was. Wow. 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 I'm glad I recorded it. I'm glad I recorded it. I recorded it, so I'm gonna play it back. I'm gonna play it back. Let me pause it now. Let me stop the recording now. But I'm glad I recorded it. Wow. Mm, 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 mm.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now passing through 10,000 feet. You can now turn on your larger portable electronic devices. As a reminder, please keep your seatbelt fastened while you are seated and do not congregate in the galleys or near the lavatories. In a few moments, we'll be starting our in-flight meal service. Please look in your seat back for our menu, and one of our crew members will stop by shortly for your order. If you would like to order additional menu items, please hit the flight attendant call button at any time, and we'll be over shortly to assist.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking from the flight deck. I would like to take a moment to update you on our progress. We are currently cruising at 37,000 feet, making steady progress towards Atlanta, with an estimated arrival approximately 2 hours and about 40 minutes. We're enjoying smooth flying conditions at the moment, and based on our latest weather reports, we anticipate a comfortable ride for most of the journey. If we do encounter any turbulence, we'll keep you informed of that. For those of you seated by the windows, you may notice the breathtaking views from this altitude. One of the many privileges of flying, I can tell you that. As pilots, we often say that aviation is the closest thing to magic. And today's clear skies certainly reinforce that feeling. While we take care of the flying up here, our standing crew is here to ensure you have a pleasant experience on board. I'm sure you're gonna see them you've seen them by now walking around the aisles, making sure you're all taken care of. They are very outstanding, and we thank them for their service. We truly appreciate you choosing to fly with us today. It's always a pleasure to welcome you on board, and we look forward to bringing you safely and comfortably to your destination. I'll be back with another update as we get closer to Atlanta, but in the meantime, we hope you have a wonderful flight. Thank you for flying with us, and enjoy the journey. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. Just a few education here. On a typical flight from Seattle to Atlanta, you would pass over several major mountain ranges and notable peaks, depending on the flight path and the weather conditions. So here is some of them we've already gone over, and we're going to be approaching as we get midway to our destination. Shortly after takeoff, we passed the Cascade Range, Washington, Oregon, Mount Rainier, the iconic towering peak southeast of Seattle, Mount Helens, the famous volcano that erupted in 1980, Mount Adams and Mount Hood, more impressive volcanic peaks further south in Washington and Oregon. And we're about to pass, and we expect that within the next 30 minutes, the Blue Mountains, the eastern Oregon, the rolling rugged peaks transitioning into the Rockies. And mid-flight, we're going to go over the Great Plains, mostly flat terrain with scattered hills, rivers, and farmlands. And then for our final approach, we're going to go over the Appalachian Mountains. The Great Smoky Mountains on the Tennessee-North Carolina border, the Blue Range Mountains stretching into northern Georgia. So if you have a window seat, you'll see a dramatic transition from the snow-capped peaks of the Northwest to the rolling hills of the Appalachians before we land in Atlanta. Happy viewing. Sorry, I just had to say this. Thank you. Enjoy your flight. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining. Rachel MMK, thank you. Everty Hill, thank you. Kinder Kindle, thank you. Oh my goodness, this is a lot. I'm sorry I've not been saying thank you because I'm trying to make it all realistic and all. But everybody watching, thank you. I appreciate your presence. I have one more. In order to get me to the next level, I need how many subscriptions more? I need a lot more subscriptions. Like, please, I urge you to, if you like the channel, even if you don't like the channel, subscribe. I'm begging you. Yes. I know you don't hear it often, but yes. If you like the channel, subscribe. If you don't like the channel, please subscribe. It's not about you. It's about me at this point. So please, even if you don't like it, just subscribe. I don't care. You know. Yeah, support. Please support me. Support me. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. So, a little bit about me. Well, some of you who have been watching my videos, they already have an idea about who I am. My LinkedIn bio is there. I like to present myself as someone who has a passion for seeing people happy. You understand? It doesn't make sense. I truly and honestly love to see people happy. And it has caused me to engage in so much diversification in my career that, you know, a lot of people may not even understand. You know, I've experienced life. I feel like I've died and come back like about and experienced so many. I spent all my teenage life in the monastery. I was a Catholic Benedictine monk. And I joined the monastery a day after my 18th birthday. Because that's the legal age, the youngest age. And I didn't know by doing that, I have a lot of firsts in my life that I don't even talk about. I was the youngest Catholic Benedictine monk in Africa by age, in terms of legal age. I literally joined the monastery a day after my 18th birthday. And why did I join? Because I felt that I could pray the world into a better world. You understand? Like, I felt that that's my way to contribute. I felt that was my calling. I felt that was where I needed to be. I felt that was where I was most happy at. Because growing up, I grew up in a very religious Catholic family. 2 males, 4 females. First male. And I grew up very devoted. That's the word. I grew up very devoted. Some of you in Nigeria, I don't know, I'm from the eastern part of Nigeria. I'm Igbo by tribe. We have, those days, I don't know about now, we have centers, prayer centers we create in our neighborhoods that we call block rosaries. Block rosaries. In other words, it's almost like every night a street. I'm going to put it in a way that people can understand it here in the U.S. Imagine if 3 or 4 communities come together, let's say 7 p.m. every night, and pray at a particular location. You understand? It's not a church. Like, they just decide, like, let's say people that live on the block of 16th, 17th, and 18th, they gather together at 1709 T Street. And together everybody prays. So I had that growing up. I managed 3 of those centers as a kid. And I would have my friends. My friends would laugh at me, and, they would mimic me when I'm right there praying with the other children. Like, we're all there praying. It was unbelievable. Like, and it was block rosary because we would pray the rosary. I had 3 centers growing up. I would insist on receiving Holy Communion every day. Every day I would never miss morning mass. Never. I never missed morning mass. I'm telling you, as a kid, like, it was, I was so fascinated by even the rituals of the Catholic Church, like the Holy Eucharist. I was so fascinated by that. I remember when we were kids, we used to like celebrate the Eucharist as kids. We used to imitate the priests. Run to be altar servers, run to participate in anything and everything we can with regards to the church. So that's the background. And that led to monastic life. Why monasticism? Why not something else? Why monasticism? Why go that far? Why not become a diocesan priest? I'm trying not to be too specific so that people don't get confused, so that people don't need to, they don't get confused. Like, what is he talking about? Like, becoming a priest. Why don't you, when I say priest, I don't mean just regular. Okay. Why don't you just become, why don't you have, there are other religious orders that are less, if you want to call it extreme, than monastic life. Why go that far? The answer to that is, I don't know. I can't tell you that that an angel appeared to me in my dream and said, "To here shall you go." You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not like that. I just know that their life appealed to me. Their life of solitude, their life of quietness, their life of, it's kind of what I like. I work best with least supervision, even before I became a manager and everything. I like to work like you don't need to look over my shoulder for me to work. I like, leave me to do my job has always been my thing from my childhood. Let me do my job. Just leave me to do my job. I don't need your help. Thank you. If I need your help, I will ask for it. But until I do, just let me be. That is like, sometimes I feel like I would like to put the world on mute. You know, we have people have developed all these things that will help you listen more to noise and everything. I need somebody to come up with some hearing thing that can put you on mute. Because sometimes I don't want to hear anything. Like, sometimes I don't want to hear it. I don't care what it is. I don't want to hear it. So in a sense, you may call me a coward because the monastery provided me with that. I could shut the world out. You know? I could shut the world out and still have a full three square meals. When it came time at the monastery for them to decide what I would like to do for my vocation, everybody was expecting me to say priesthood, because everybody was, that's the thing. That was the thing. I mean, almost everybody was going to priesthood. I said I wanted to be a medical doctor. It was like the Pope was caught in an act of adultery. You should have seen their faces. It's like they just saw the demon. It's like Lucifer just appeared. So here's the problem, and this may scratch some nerves, but I am so done with scratching nerves. I am no longer walking around bottle tops, hurting myself just to make people feel more comfortable around me. I can't use the word I want to use here because I think this channel is open for kids. But I'm at a point in my life where I really don't what anybody thinks about me at this point. But anyway, so it was so. So the problem was that the people that brought us the Catholic, this monasticism, were the Irish. They were Irish monks. So there was a problem. And the problem was this. They looked down on us. I'm sorry. I gotta say it. I gotta say it. I have to say it. There was that sense of looking at the monks as though you guys are here because you can't survive outside. So, while it appeared like that with some of them, it certainly was not the case with more. So I made myself known from before I became a full monk that I was not the one. And it was a problem, because here comes that one monk. Almost everybody got in without an education or a background or something. Education. And when I say education, I mean like I would say college, high school sometimes, most times. Remember, I was coming in at 18. The person that I came in with was in his 50s. So here comes the difficult monk saying that he doesn't want to be a priest. He wants to be a doctor. A doctor in a monastery. But the reason why I wanted to do that was very simple. To me, anyway. It was because next door to us was a hospital managed by the Daughters of Divine Love. And to say the hospital was struggling would be an understatement. I almost died at that hospital. The hospital had barely 2 doctors, barely any nurses. I have tried to help at that hospital, and I have helped by holding light over a doctor performing surgery. That is how inadequate the place is. And I felt that as a monk, as a Christian, that a hospital next to us that needs desperate assistance, that being a doctor in that hospital, literally walking distance from us, will serve the community more than joining my fellow brothers to become the 17th priest in a community of 50. I didn't know that at that age, I was already revealing that I like things to make sense. Things have to make sense. If they don't make sense, you are thinking of it in the right sense. Think of it in the wrong sense and see if it makes sense. Things must make sense. So I told them that being a doctor there, I would be able to assist our community a lot more than being a priest. The problem really was that our nice Irish fathers they were kind of mad at me because they felt like I was already kind of ungrateful. That they were thinking that I should be so grateful to even being, that I should be so, I should have felt so elevated, and come on, man. But today, one of the priests, Father Anselm, is doing an extraordinary work using natural remedies. They keep telling us that, we're here, yes, from Ireland, yes, but we want you to start doing things the African way. But then when we start doing things the African way, it starts making people uncomfortable. Why would you be uncomfortable if you're not here to stay? If you're just here to establish and leave, does it matter how we adapt what you teach us? Does it matter how we adapt it to our culture to make it make sense? Oh, we just fell about 300 feet. Did you see that? So that was my so that's my introduction to a different side of life. And I can speak on this and the lessons I've learned like a lifetime. But I can tell you, I will never regret one single day I spent as a monk. Because God knows I needed it. I needed it. I needed the calmness. I needed the meditation. I needed the time to think. I needed the time to ponder life. One of the things that bothered me a lot when I was a kid was the fear of death. One of my friends died before me. We were in primary 1, 2, 3, 4. We were in primary 5. In Nigeria, we call it primary 5. That would be 18, 12. So that would be around 12, 13, 11 to 13 years old. School was over. We were walking home. I'm sorry, it's coming back. We were walking home. It was raining that day. The rain was very bad. Those of you who are from Enugu in Nigeria, Owane, that's the city. Before Kenyatta Market, They built because of issues with flooding. They built this huge gully. It's not the regular size gully. Trust me. This is huge. This is huge. But they built it as though they want people to literally be able to jump on it. Because the way they built it is that one side is on the road, and then just before hitting the wall, they gave another gap. Like they expect people to walk along that gap. So a lot of people used to jump, and instead of walking along the road by the gutter, they used to jump onto the other side and now use that other side to walk. You understand the false design? So they didn't really plan a walkway. They just made a big gully. Nobody really thought about the walk. I mean, it's crazy. You know what I'm saying? So it rained. We got to that spot. He jumped. He couldn't make it. The current was too much. The current carried him along. I watched him go. Innocent. That's his name. Innocent. My friend. My one good friend. I just watched the flood take him. I just watched somebody that I was just talking to a few seconds, like just literally disappear. Like I can't talk to him again. I can't see his face again. Like just within half a second. I was so afraid of death. Because I couldn't imagine how it feels to go into nothingness. I kept thinking, what happens after death? What is going on with Innocent? Where is he? Can he hear me? If I suddenly have a breeze over my shoulder when I'm praying, is that him talking to me? Like, like all this. As I was afraid to die, on the other hand, I also gained the appreciation to live. I went into the monastery afraid to die. I came out appreciative of being alive. What happened within that moment, what happened through my transition through the monastery, that is a story for another time. But I can tell you that I needed the monastery. It did. The monastery, I was so afraid of death. Sometimes I could not sleep. But by the time I came out of the monastery, every day was a celebration. I came out treating people like I would love to be treated. I came out conscious of the fact today could be my last day. I serve people with so much excellence and pride because, unknown to them, when I say good morning, I have it in my head that this may be the last time I ever see this person. Therefore, I make every good morning count. I try to anyway. Therefore, I try to always be the quiet one in the room. I try to be the most respectful person I can be. So, now, my life from the monastery to now that ooh. Hey God. So let me put it this way. Let me put it this way. Remember when I said the monastery, think of me before the monastery, going in afraid of death, right? Now, whatever the monastery did, I came out appreciative of life. Happy as can be, right? Now, think of now this part B. This is now part B. Instead of going through the monastery, I'm going through the world now. I'm going through what they call life. Okay? I'm going through what they call life. And if you think you have heard any story, if you think you have watched any Netflix special, you have no idea what my story in my transition from the monastery to today has been like. Oh my God. Oh my God. I need a drink. And yes, I don't mean water. I need a drink. Like I need vodka and cranberry right now. Yes. Oh, somebody's saying that monks don't drink, that I'm a monk, I shouldn't be drinking alcohol. Are you kidding me? Who said that? Are you kidding me? Let me tell you something. Monks are the number one producers of wine. Are you listening? Like when it comes to the most authentic wine, well, we don't know that because we don't drink, like we are the $5 wines. We don't know that there are some places where a bottle of wine is like $15,000. You know, we don't know about those places. But trust me, the monasteries were the number one places where people used to store knowledge. Because think about it. It was the monks that really were able to transcribe and store knowledge for generations. People died and died and died. The monastery, the brothers could pass the knowledge and pass it on in their communities, and it will stay on. A lot of the monasteries made wines. A lot of the monasteries had distillers. And I believe today some monasteries are known for their wines. So I can tell you right now, alcohol is not a thing that is strange to the monks. So when you see your priests bring out that jug and take a sip, sweetheart, it may not be holy water. Okay, I need to stop here before the Pope condemns me. And no, I have not been guilty of that. I have not been guilty of that. I use cups. Anyway, but yes, the experience from the experience from the life, the monastery to now, through the tunnel of life. Let me tell you, if when you hear my story, you'll be wondering why is he still laughing? Why does he still sound happy? What is wrong with this guy? What is? Oh, trust me. Behind this voice, there's a lot of. This voice has gone through so much pain. So much. It is. You're hearing the cracks of the laughter. When you hear the whole laughter, the earth will shake. It's a life that has been full of learning and unlearning. A lot of unlearning. And part of the unlearning process is the journey that I will soon engage upon. This is a journey that I've been running from. It's a journey that I've been running from, but I think God has finally forced it on me in a way that I cannot run from it. And that is what I'm doing now. Laying myself bare so that others can learn from my mistakes. So that others can learn from my voice. So that I can learn from them too. And you're only hearing my voice today, right now, because of one thing. Because I am nursing a sick mother. I'm a person that I've had 3 jobs, full-time jobs. Yes. I have worked as a full-time teacher during the day, as a night auditor during the night, and then during the weekend, I will do 2 days of 12, 15 hours. Yes. So I'm not a person that is used to sitting down or that wants to sit down. But unfortunately, despite my master's degree, despite my education and experience, certificates and all that, I am tasked with looking after my mom with dementia. Sometimes when I'm doing this, you may hear me suddenly stop and get up and we start talking and so on and so forth. That's fine. So it's because of that I'm here right now. Sometimes I'm mad at God. Sometimes I don't like the way God does things. Actually, most times. But I accept it. I honestly do accept it. It's a humbling experience. It's a humbling experience, but you really have to learn to accept things that are beyond your control. from the monastery, I came into the civil life, thinking the best of everyone, giving the best to everyone, expecting nothing back. They drained me. Even when I had nothing left, they were still trying to suck something out of me. I had to refine what friendship meant. Because when I hit rock bottom, I suddenly noticed that this has all been a one-way street. Friends that I was able to wake up 3 o'clock in the morning, knowing that I have to be at work by 6. Would not even do anything half the effort. And when I started treating people, when I started treating them the way they treated me, they started saying I have changed. I have changed. For the better, you better have changed. That's when I said I stopped being Jesus and I started being a Christian. Because I turned the other cheek and they slapped the sorry, my bad. I'm sorry. How do we go back? How do we delete? How do we go back? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. But yeah, what I'm trying to say is when I turned one cheek, I got a handful. When I turned the other one, I really got more handful. Life has lifed me. And I believe I have something to say. I believe I have a voice. And what has led me to this point, unfortunately, has been it's so tough. It's so tough watching somebody you love go through dementia. I don't think you can understand that. My mom is a wonderful woman. When she raised us, she had a restaurant and she was still a full-time teacher. During the day, she taught. In the afternoons, she had extra classes for students. In the evenings, she would go to her restaurant. She made sure we received our education. This was a woman that sometimes they didn't get paid for more than 6 months. You know, I'm talking about Nigeria where miracles happen. I'm talking about Nigeria Well, then, I don't know if it's still happening now, where your boss can keep your pay for 6 months and dare you to quit. Where your boss expects you to be thankful of your pay. Where your boss, where the governor, let's stop saying boss like it's just one company. I know some of this will be so disgusting to some people, but it's the truth. Then, I don't know if it's still happening now, but a governor withholding the salary of teachers for 6 months while it sits in an account to yield a 6-month dividend before he releases the money. And any teacher who dares quit will not get their pay. Imagine that. Imagine living through that with 6 kids. Imagine, just think about that. And this is a governor that would come to church and get the front pew and make the service go 30 minutes more. The service that is already ridiculously long. Anybody going to a mass in Nigeria is basically going to a football match. You have no idea how I almost passed out when I went to Sunday service first time in the US, and we were in and out. Sunday service, 30 minutes. 30 minutes in Nigeria, 30 minutes of mass in the East. That's how much the priest spends, first of all, just coughing to get the mass started. And sorry if you guys piss him off, or if he had a bad revelation the day before, that service can go on for 5 hours. I have been to a mass in Nigeria where it lasted for like 8 hours. What are you praying for 8 hours? And things are getting no, I refuse. Let's not let Nigeria distract us. Forget Nigeria for a second. Let's get back to, listen. Anyway, so to watch such a strong woman slowly lose her faculties, just slowly, it's not something that I would wish on anybody. And yes, I take pride in taking care of my mom. That's what it should be. It's not a job. It's a responsibility, which I embrace with joy, with happiness. Because, especially since I know that she went above and beyond to make sure I was protected, to make sure I was taken care of. So, but it can be, it gets tough. Okay, I think my bandwidth, I think a lot of people must be listening to this because my bandwidth is very high and it's affecting my flight sim. My flight sim is, let me see. Let me see how many people I have on TikTok. TikTok is, we have 240. Wow. Everybody welcome. Thank you. We have 108 likes so far. Thank you. Please consider subscribing. Please consider subscribing. I appreciate that. Please follow, subscribe, share, do anything and everything you can. I appreciate it. So, okay, so that's the, so part of my experience outside the monastery, part of my experience in life, if you want to put, through life, if you want to put that word, I've been in hospitality. I've worked for Marriott, I've worked for Hilton, I've worked for Kimpton. And hospitality, as I tell you what I've done, you can see a pattern. You can see a pattern. In the monastery, I was a guest master. The monastery, the one here in the US. I did that for a while. I love interacting with people. I love conversations. I love dialogues. I love talking, and I love listening. I like dealing with people. I like being around people. I enjoy that. So of course, hospitality was second nature to me. I didn't need 12 checklists. I didn't need the 12 steps of this. It was, to me, just like second nature. Because I like to treat others like I would like them to treat me. It's really that simple. Like, to me, it's really that's it. I don't need 58 pages. I don't need 12 steps. I don't need all that. I just know, do not treat others how you do not want to be treated. My joining hospitality at first was in accounting because I loved math. I was in accounting. I was responsible for the chargebacks. I was the one that, any bank complaint comes to me. So I had to work with figures. And this was when this wasn't when technology was all that. I'm talking about in the 2000s, like, 4, 5, 6, like it was really that, those days that you have to swipe credit card and get an imprint too. So I was dealing with mostly customers that were pissed. Because remember, they've already done the chargeback. So now I'm already, I'm investigating it. So I'm now coming from the other side. And I'm seeing angry customers. And I'm, and that troubled me. Yes, I'm coming to collect money from you, but it troubles me that I'm doing that because you were not happy with my service. Remember when I told you about the monastery and me wanting to be a doctor instead of trying to be a priest. Every single thing I tell you about my life, you're going to see it come up. And here it is again. I was in accounting, but I wasn't content with just the numbers. I wasn't happy. I needed to know why these guests were not, what is going on? I went down to the front office. I asked to see their checklist. I went through their checklist. There were some modifications I made immediately. Unfortunately, some of them, like the Hampton Inn at that time was offering 100% money back if you are not satisfied. So unfortunately, some of the associates didn't understand the implication of that because they don't see how it affects us. They don't see the bottom line. And that is why in every job I undertake, I try to make my associates, my employees understand, become owners. Because there's a difference between employee perspective and ownership perspective. It changes things. So when I made those changes, it didn't go well with the front office manager and it was reversed. But then one day I was called in and I was promoted immediately on the spot because one of the changes I had made could have saved almost $120,000. So now I moved from accounting to front office. And what do you expect? My first day in the front office, a guest threw her pillow at me because she had requested feather. No. She had allergies. So she requested, is it feather or non-feather? I can't remember. That was those days. I think, well, I know she had allergies. So the pillow that was placed in her room was not supposed to be in there. Maybe it was the regular pillow. But for people that were allergic, we had special pillows or something. I can't remember the exact issue. But it was about that. And she was so pissed. And it was my first day at the front office. Do you know that? Do you know that I almost cried? Do you know why? Because I was really hurt. I felt her pain. This is the 6th time she has been to the hotel, and every time it happened, I almost burst in tears because I cannot understand, entertain, promote such level of incompetence. Like it's beyond my brain. Why would a guest 6 consecutive times we have failed? I can understand once. I can tolerate after scourging fire the 2nd time. But the 3rd time, you just consider that an insult. If you are the front office manager at that point, your resignation is on my desk. Maybe that's why I have very zero tolerance for BS. Because I don't give it and I don't expect it from anybody. So why is this guest going through this experience 6 times? Oh, I was lit. I was lit. Do you know what happened? I met the guests about 5 months later. One of our, every Friday we had this reception thing for guests, people stop by and, we entertain. So I met her. She reminded me of the incident. But do you know what she told me? She told me that it never happened again. And that somehow she knew I had something to do with the reason why it never happened again. I said, why? She said, because in every 6 times that it happened, she threw the pillow at somebody at the front desk. Can you imagine that? I mean, so you can imagine, when it comes to hospitality, I am, man, it is, to me, it's not even a job. That is why I was able to do it as a second job without even consider it as a job. To me, it was just like just sitting around and greeting people. I loved it. I did it very well. Proactive was my number one thing for all my associates. Lax time is the time to be proactive. Prepare. There's not that such thing as you're free now. No. Prepare. You may be expecting 30% occupancy today. But because you were not prepared, the 30% now jumps to 80%. Now you're running around like you have no idea where you are standing. Prepare. That has always been my thing. Being proactive. Be ahead. Don't wait for the problem to overtake you, because now you're running behind. You will otherwise be running around chasing tails. Be ahead. And in hospitality, first impression makes a huge difference. When I look at my guests, I not only think of this is the moment, I may never have this minute to share with this person in my life again. That is what is going on in my mind as I'm doing this. So why wouldn't I give the guest my best smile? Why wouldn't I let the guest see the best of me? If this is the last time we'll probably see each other in life again. And it is the truth. A lot of us see faces once in our lifetime. A lot of us, the Uber driver that picked you up today, you probably never thought that you may never see him again or see her again. You see, we have to be conscious of things like that. So that was hospitality, front office, guest experience. There were some nice, interesting things that transpired too. That sometimes you have good leaders, sometimes you have bad leaders. And unfortunately, in my life, I felt that I have had more dose of bad leaders than good leaders. The problem was I kept looking inward. I kept thinking it was me. I kept blaming myself. I kept trying to do harder. I kept trying to work harder. I kept trying to work smarter. They say I need a degree. I got a degree. They say you need an advanced degree. I got an advanced degree. They say you need a certificate. I got a certificate. I just kept doing whatever. I just felt that hard work would get me there. It didn't. You may be wondering, oh, if he's that good, why is he not in hospitality? What happened? Well, this is what happened. I became a front office manager in one hotel, and I noticed almost instantly the difference in the way I was being treated. Prior to me, the previous person had an office. I was told I don't need an office. My office was the front desk. Literally, I was doing my work at the desk, like the front office, like where guests come to meet you. I was told that would be my new front office. So that's it. That's the desk. One of those pews became my desk. I questioned that and other things. I reported to corporate. Corporate launched an investigation. The person that was sent to investigate happened to be one of the best friends of the person being investigated. The person investigating told me that they were disappointed in me because they expected me to be better and appreciative of the opportunity I've been given based on, one of the circumstances, of course, would be a person of color. That what I did was very ungrateful. And I was told that. So I decided to leave for my master's degree, and I was told that I would never get back in hospitality. And to this day, I never got back in hospitality. Never. And I've had interviews where I was literally hired on the spot. Let me tell you, I'm the best of whatever you can imagine. I am, you don't understand the excellence that I bring with me in everything I undertake. But I'm the last person you would ever hear talk about himself. But yes, I was told you would never get back into hospitality. And after my master's degree, I never got back. I went to interviews where I amazed. Most interviews have been, 99.9% of my interviews I've been hired on the spot. 99.9% of my interviews, I've always gone all the way from the first. In fact, I've gone to an interview where I've gone to an interview where a position, a new position was created just to accommodate me. Like I've gone to interviews where it's like I've been hired on the spot many times. Many times. But I hear people say to me, "Oh my goodness, we can't wait to have you here. You have so much experience. We love the way you handle, blah, 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 blah." And then we just have to, make some calls. The same people, I call them back and they don't even remember who I am. So yes, it is very possible your boss can end your career. But that is where God comes in. You see, that's where the monastery comes in. That's where my monastery background comes in. Because no matter what people do to me, no matter how bad you treat me in return for the good I do to you, you can never, ever turn me evil. Because God fights for me. And anybody who is fighting me, that should fear the living life out of you. Because it's not me you're fighting. I'm going to treat you the best possible way. Whatever grievance you have, whatever animosity you have, whatever bias you have, whatever inadequacies you have, it's yours to deal with. I got my own drama. And I refuse to share in that energy. The worst you can do is to kill me. And that is where that monastery thing I told you guys and ladies comes in. That I went in there afraid of death. Right now, I'm living like today is my last day. Death is a transition. It could be a painful transition, but a transition it is. We shall all die one day. We all have to go one day. Part of the problem in today's world is that we act like we are going to live forever. If we all act like we're not going to see the next hour, a lot of us with a chip over our shoulder would not have that chip over our shoulder. And that is the honest truth. None of us is guaranteed tomorrow. None of us. None of us can say right now, I am 100% sure that I'm going to be alive tomorrow. Nobody can say that. But yet we live like it. Yet we live like it. So being myself, being there for others, being always ready to give, being always ready to understand, being always ready to excuse, being always ready to empathize. Good qualities, but they come at great costs. And now I want to talk to some of you who are managers. I hope I don't break down into tears before I start even talking about what I want to talk about. Please, I'm begging you. Right now, I'm going to get on my knees where I'm sitting. I'm literally going to say what I'm going to say, and I'm going to get on my knees because I am literally begging you. If you are listening to me and you are responsible, you have authority, you have some level of power over others, I'm begging you, please be fair. You can be the mean boss. You can be whatever boss you want to be. But be fair. Be fair. If someone deserves a promotion, give it to them. Do not deny people because of how you feel about them. They don't have to like you. You don't have to like them. But you need to be fair. Some people, what they go through on a daily basis, some of your employees, if you follow them home and see what they go through, you don't have to. Just be fair. In those closed boardroom meetings, learn to bring up names. Think about others. Your friend James that you go to soccer with, you may need to mention his name in that meeting, that closed door meeting. You are talking about finance. He's working in IT, but he has an MBA in corporate finance. He's your friend. You know that. You're in a closed boardroom. He's not there. But you can mention his name. It's okay to do that. Think about others. Think about how you can make the life of others better too. You can tell that I have been through some bad managers. But it's okay. It's like I was built for it. It's like the monastery prepared me for it. I'm so sad that I lost my job at Amazon because of my mom. Because I wanted, Amazon, I believe, is going to be the number one. It's already the number one. But I was determined to make it the number one. I was determined to be one of the people that could speak truth to leadership. You may have a good company, but if most people that work are complaining, it may not be the company that is the problem. It could be the people managing the company that is the problem. I was ready to be one of those that spoke truth to power. I was ready to be one of those that will be part of their leadership training team. Because I want to talk to leaders so bad. have lived an experience that I want them to hear because they still do it every day. Today, somebody is qualified for a job, but he or she is not going to be promoted because his or her boss doesn't like him or her. They haven't done anything wrong. It's just, I don't like the vibe. Because of that, you deny somebody an opportunity. An opportunity that somebody deserves. I will never stop talking about this. My job sent me to one of these leadership meetings they had in DC for black leaders. So we had to sit through and watch black leaders talk. And it was a wonderful experience. But I had a question. What have you done to make others behind you go through less hassle? What have you done to improve the pathway to where you are right now? What ladders have you created where there was none? What escalators have you created where there were ladders? What elevators have you created where there were escalators? That's what I want to hear. I don't want to sit here and watch you talk about your greatness for an hour. Tell me what you have done to make the life of others coming behind you better. Speechless. It is sad that a lot of people in high places, when they get there, a lot of them that worked real hard, and I'm not denying their hard work. I will not take away from anybody's hard work. Some people, you know what you have to give up to get to where you are in your top level positions. So I will not in any way, shape, or form dare take that away from anybody. But some of you want others to still go through the same experience. Why? Why, if you were tortured before you got to your position, now that you're there, why do you still want others behind you to be tortured before you? Why? Why do they have to suffer to prove? You know what I'm saying? Like, why? And I have gone to seminars, and I've listened to LinkedIn, I've listened to a lot of people give speeches, a lot of people talk. 10 steps of this, 15 steps to be a successful boss, 12 steps to be a success. Nobody talks about recommending others. Nobody. Why? Why? If I'm a general manager and I know that I'm retiring at such levels, you already know when you're retiring. I know I'm retiring in 5 years, for crying out loud. I should consider myself a failure if I do not have somebody that I can seriously recommend as my replacement. So some of you just retire. You don't even want to recommend anybody because you feel like nobody can do this job better than me. Man, you're retiring. What point are you trying to make? Like, who are you beefing with? You're about to retire. Like, a lot of people retire without even thinking about training a replacement. Like, It's like they don't even think about that. And to me, it baffles me to my bones. Me, even when I'm switching jobs, even when I'm moving from one job to another, I tell the job that I'm leaving, my 2 weeks, I want to dedicate it to training who is going to replace me. Like, this is how serious I take it. You know, so to me, the fact that people don't think like this is really troubling. And the fact that leaders don't even think like that is even, it gives me panic attack. So that was so that's we've talked about the monastic experience, we've talked about the hospitality experience. Now next one. And if you've ever watched Housewives of Atlanta or Housewives of whatever, you know how things build up? You know how things build up? This is exactly how my life is. It's like it builds up. I'm not saying, like it's like no. I shouldn't even use. I was about to say that it's almost like Jesus. I'm not nowhere near Jesus. I can tell you that. It's almost like Jesus, where they talked about the 40 days and 40 nights he spent at the he spent in the in solitude. Now prepared him to now come out and deal with all the BS he has to go through, right? So I feel like the monastery just was like a good foundation, because it's like I felt like at this point I should have torn. I shouldn't be alive. Basically, my mental health should, because it's like I looked through. They said I looked through some of the 15 symptoms that could each give somebody trauma. I think I got 12 of them. Oh my goodness. There's this list that they said 15 things that if this has happened to you, you definitely one, just one. And I was checking off, I got 13. And the other two were there, but we can't really say subtly that is. But I'm still laughing. I'm still smiling. Why? I believe in God. I do my best. I leave the rest to God. When people hurt me, when they harm me, when they reward me with evil for good, I leave them to God. I let God fight my battles. I don't glory in anybody's downfall. I just focus on my path. I mind my own business. Please, managers, think about your workers, okay? So, the next experience I have had, and like I told you that the drama builds up. So imagine the monastery drama. Now from monastery, you now go into hospitality drama. Now, you're now leaving the hospitality drama. We're now entering K-12 education drama. I was a teacher, high school teacher, math. You get the drift. Okay, yes, yeah. Let me give you 5 minutes. Go get something to drink. Yes, anything you want to. This is your time. This is the last call from the bar now. So if you that Long Island iced tea that you've been keeping away, you need it right now because we're about to enter K-12. K-12, my experience and the drama in K-12 education. If you don't drink, you don't need to listen to this. Those of you who drink, 5 minutes, go get your vodka and cranberry. We'll be right back. Welcome back. I got my drink. And no, it's not liquor. It's iced tea. Raspberry iced tea. Excuse me. And it's not like I'm promoting them, but I like their product. Turkey Hill. Turkey Hill iced tea raspberry. That's what I'm drinking now. I know they are not paying for this. And if they need somewhere to send a check, hello. So K12. Remember when I told you about how drama, if somebody were to write my story, how this would be considered like the rise of the drama. You see how we started from the monastery, everything was quiet, mellow. We gone to hospitality, a little dramatic. Now K12. And not just K12, but inner city K12. And not just inner city K12. We're talking about math class K12. I'm going to spare you the drama. I'm going to spare you the drama. But let me just make several points. One is, I have a problem with parents who do not attend parent-teacher conference days. If you're one of those parents, I have a beef with you. Of course, if I understand you, it was an emergency, blah, blah, blah. But make time. Make time to get to know your ward's teachers. Make time. Make time. Don't think it's just the teacher that's... No. Get to know the teacher. Get to know if the teacher is having any difficulty with your child. A lot of students that came to me had serious issues with math. And math is not a subject you start when you get to college. Math is not a subject you start from college. 99% of the students that came to me despised math. Why? It made no sense to me because 99.9% of the students that came to me were smart. I have students in 10th and 11th grade who will tell me they have no idea what simple interest is. But they are known in the school for literally loaning money to their friends and getting money back as interest. But they don't call it simple interest. They call it something else. They call it flipping it. I was that teacher that told them that simple interest is flipping it. And that changed everything. A lot of them didn't realize that it's just, they know it. They just don't know it by that name. But you see, for somebody to be able to achieve that, you have to be able to be willing and humble enough to meet them where they're at. And trust me, before I was able to do that, I had to fight the parents. When I was in 12, when I started teaching in 2004, I started diversified learning in 2004. Now is one of the things they propound in PhDs all over the place. Everybody is claiming that. Listen, my first time teaching in 2004, I knew that my students cannot all be hearing the same thing at the same time. It's 7th grade, but some of them, when I speak, it sounds like Judaism. It sounds like I'm speaking Arabic, like I'm speaking some kind of Hebrew, like I'm speaking a foreign language. So that's how it will sound to a 7th grader who is in a 7th grade classroom but have not mastered 4th grade principles or concepts. And part of that was I discovered that a lot of students that came to me were literally passed along. Now, this was an eye-opener for me because in the US, I believed things should be a lot better. And some of the reasons why they were passed along, because some of these teachers were afraid of the parents. So some of you parents come out here saying that your child is an A student. But the child is not an A student because Miss Jamie gave your child an A because Miss Jamie doesn't want you in her face. So now your child is in my class and the first test is an F. You hold me up in the hallway to explain to you how an A student is suddenly having an F. Now we have to call your daughter. Now we have to give her the test. Now she has to perform. And I now have to explain to you that for the first time, your daughter has an educator and not a teacher. And we had a big understanding and we had a pact. My classroom I had parent support because there's no way I can work with any of my students if I know I don't have their parent support. Because I need some support. I need somebody to run to. Because as a teacher, we barely can do anything. I've had students hold me with a broomstick. Some of you who are attacking teachers, let me tell you something. Some of you stayed with your kids just for 2 years in the pandemic, and some of you were ready to kill them. Let me tell you something. Some of you, your kids' behavior in your house is nothing compared to what they try to prove when they are in front of their mates. So if your child is St. Joseph at home, it doesn't necessarily mean that your child is St. Joseph in the classroom. That child could be Lucifer's Joseph. I've had students terrorize me, I'm telling you. I've stayed back in classroom after school in my classroom because they are waiting outside for me. Yes. Oh my God. You don't know what your teachers go through, do you? Let me tell you something. Some of you parents cannot last 1 second in a high school. Some of you would literally, like that day. Oh my goodness. Okay, let me tell you how I was greeted. This is how I was greeted in the morning. Oh my goodness. If you're under 18, is it 18? Yeah. If you're under 18, I need you to close your ears. Close your ears right now. All right. What's up, bitch-ass fucking nigger Nigeria? I'm telling you, this is my morning. This is my good morning, sir. This is it. This is how. And then I had so imagine what I went through. Number 1, math teacher. Number 2, African. Number 3, Nigerian, because those are 2 different. Nigerians have their own category. Like when we talk about Africans, Nigerians have their own special. Whatever you talk about Nigerians, they have their own special category. So here you go. So let me go over it again. Number 1, math, the drama of teaching math. Number 2, the drama of being African. Number 3, the drama of being Nigerian. Number 4, the drama of having an accent. Number 5, the drama of having bald head. Hey, oh my God. Hey. Hold on, I need a drink. So remember what I told you about how I started from monastery, and it was just easy. Then to hospitality. Now we're in K-12. Look, Oh my goodness. I can give you K-12 from every and any perspective. But one thing I want you to know about K-12. Students are not the problem. And I just leave it there. The students are not the problem. The students are not the problem. So whatever problem you're trying to solve now, the students are not the problem. Give me any problem in K-12. I will show you how the students are not the problem. Some of you are going to say, what about behavior, bad behavior? Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as a bad child. A lot of my students come from poverty. And some of you may not understand what poverty, when I say poverty, some of you may not understand what poverty means. Some of you have never been hungry and not have food or money or anywhere to go and eat something. Like you have nothing. You can't even get chips right now. But where's their mother? But where's their father? Some of them have none. I don't know how to explain it to you. The real truth about K-12 education is that what you are seeing now, what you're actually experiencing, the little effort or whatever positivity you're experiencing right now, is from two different people. It's from two people that are kind of working together. One, the resilience of the teachers. The resilience of the teachers. And I'll talk about the part the students play in a second. If you know somebody who is a teacher, who is a K-12 teacher, do me a favor. Write them a card. Yes, they may look so happy. Yes, they may look so okay. They may look everything is fine. Just write them a thank you card. Give them a hug. They may break down and start crying. It's okay. Give them a hug. They need it. A lot of what they see on a daily basis, a lot of their fights, they cannot articulate it. They cannot put it into words. But it is real. And very often you would think that the administration is behind their backs, that the administration have their support. But very often these teachers are just on their own. In fact, sometimes they're even fighting against the administration for the positive help of the kids. I was part of a school that was closed, and the CEO eloped with our money. But the teachers still made sure that the students got their transfer certificates. And look at how messed up the system is. Even though DC government have agreed that she owes me that money, and they've even fined her extra of that. Total she owes me is more than 30-something thousand. But that's just me. There are the whole other teachers there. And even though I informed the public charter school prior to this happening, while it was happening, after it happened, they simply told me that yes, they have the authority to close a school, but they don't have authority to pay the debts. But I asked them, who liquidated the school? Because if you are liquidating the school, you have to pay the debt. And part of the debt is unpaid salaries. I never got a response back. And that is how you treat teachers. But somehow, you want me to believe that if you treat teachers as horrible as that somehow you care for the children. One of my weakness in this world is that things must make sense. And things must make sense in either a good way or a bad way, but they must make some kind of sense. You cannot tell me that an institution that does that to its teachers somehow has the best intention for the students. There's no correlation there. There's no direct correlation. I'm sorry. And unfortunately, a lot of teachers, a lot of UK 12 teachers out there, you know yourselves. You know you live through this on a daily basis. And I'm sorry that you have to go through this, but I'm sorry. I once, my approach to education was so different that during the time it was a novel idea. People didn't really understand it. Therefore, they sort of was against it. And that was, hold on. We may have gone over our TD. Let me see. Okay, we're getting close to it. Okay, still ahead. Most of, what was I saying? I just lost my chain of thought. So yes, the resilience of the teachers. A lot of teachers are the ones that are really holding the place down. You know, they go through a lot from the students. They also go through a lot from administration. It's not an easy job. Especially for teachers that really care. October 15th, I got the news. One of my former students was killed. Asante Donmo. Asante. He was 21 years old. He just had a baby, few months old. And he was living happily with his baby mama and wife-to-be. I saw him when I drove by in DC one day. Oh, Brother E, because that's what they call me. He said he was doing fine. He was working as a security, blah, blah, blah. He told me about his daughter coming up. I told him, okay, no problem. I owe him for baby shower, they call it, like some kind of event that you do prior to, some kind of celebration prior to the birth of the baby. A baby party, I think. So I told him I wouldn't make it, but I owe him, So September, he contacted me. And I told him, okay. We went and got some baby food. I think it was his birthday too. I wanted to get him a pair of shoes. He said, no, I should buy more baby food. We bought baby food. I didn't know that would be the last time I would see Sante. 21 years old. Quiet gentleman. He doesn't disturb anybody. I'm getting teary as I'm saying this. Because you need to understand. I don't know how else I can explain this to you. This is Washington, D.C. I'm not talking about Nigeria. I'm not talking about Afghanistan. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about Washington, D.C. I've had 3-4 kids killed by gun violence, all within a radius of a mile. Tell me why some people still have their jobs. Like, tell me how this makes any sense. You know, understand what I'm saying? Like, I can understand when, like people, there are some stats that you're not supposed to just throw around like that. The fact that there is 100 less genocides in DC does not make it something to celebrate. You know what I'm saying? Four of my students I went to the funeral. It's hard. It's really hard. It's hard. The other thing I wanted to say, remember when I said the teachers, then I said the students. I want you to really believe me when I tell you this. What you're seeing in K-12 education is also the strength of our young minds. They are also going through a lot of BS. They are going through a lot of hypocrisy. They know, a lot of them know that they are nothing but numbers to a lot of these schools. And that once you don't meet that number, that's it. You will be dropped. All interest will cease. It's like you suddenly fell through into a dark tunnel. Our students are trying. A lot of them are trying with the little that they have. It took the COVID for a lot of high-placed government officials in education to realize that a lot of students do not have internet at home. That a lot of them do not have steady electricity at home. Because it was like, oh, pandemic, oh, no problem. Just get them laptops. Then it was like, what do you mean they need internet? You know? You should have watched one of the directors ask that question. What do you mean they need internet? Because to him, internet is internet. You know what I'm saying? Like, how can you not have internet? You know what I'm saying? Like, some of them have no clue that when we talk about the food, getting better food for these kids in the schools, some of them do not understand that food is the only food that some of these kids get to eat in a day. That's the problem. A lot of them have zero experience in the classrooms. And that happens when you start bringing a lot of these PhDs with zero classroom experience. My teaching thing was almost upside down because every time one lady will be accusing me of having classroom issues. It was so frustrating because I thought I was making strides. But she was always saying blah, 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 blah. Always, every week, She'll bring 5 steps of this, 7 steps of that. Let's try 3 steps of this. Let's try. She was driving me crazy. Then one of the older teachers said, I can see you're running crazy there, but this is how you do it, sweetheart. Ask her to model that for you in the classroom. Just go to her nicely. I'm saying it exactly as she said it, because trust me, if you took Housewives of Atlanta, that has nothing to do with what goes on in the classrooms. I can tell you some of the drama that some of the teachers go through on a daily basis in K-12 education. We put Housewives of Atlanta to shame. It's like you guys are just practicing. You guys don't even know what drama is. Like you don't know what drama is until you've taught K-12. Inner city K-12. My first day of working in a K-12 was to Google how to remove pepper spray from the eyes. That was my first day on the job. That was what I was Googling. I was at a job for 4 months. And have one of the students come up to me and tell me that I owe him $150. I said, what? He was dead serious. I said, what? He said, he lost a bet. I said, what do you mean you lost a bet? He said, I wasn't supposed to last more than 30 days. Look, these kids are mafias. Oh my God. That was when I found out, because sometimes during interview, they don't tell you stuff, right? Always ask the person before the job what happened, right? I didn't ask that question. So, I found out that in the space of 1 month, 3 teachers had actually left that particular job. 1 quit mid-class. 1 slammed her laptop on her way out. 1 simply just walked out. Like just walked out. In the middle of class, just everything just left. Like it's like the kids, they know it. They know it. Don't tell me that. These are the kids that you're telling me are not smart enough to learn calculus. And this is just 7th grade. If you're smart enough to put a bet on how long a teacher would last, you should be smart enough to figure out what the simple interest to a loan is. So that was my approach. So instead of them shooting me down, instead of them frustrating me, I turned it against them. And I made them seem like, because they came to me making it seem like they're going to make me the laughing stock. No, I made them see that they are the laughing stock because they keep telling me they don't know math, but they're actually practicing math. And then I tell them, okay, if you're practicing math, who do you think is smarter? You that is practicing it on this level, or me that is showing you what you are practicing and how you can get better at what you're practicing? I got some respect for that. Oh, yes. I wasn't playing. In fact, you can look it up. There's a whole special part in comedy for Nigerian teachers, like Nigerian math teachers. You can look it up on YouTube. There's a special YouTube special for Nigerian math. Almost every person that has gone through high school in the US, at some point, you have one of your math teachers was a Nigerian. Oh my goodness. So, yeah, so the students are they're really trying. They are really, I believe that don't just blame them. Sometimes you have to look at where somebody is coming from. Sometimes you have to really, it's good to take a holistic approach. When my school shut down and this lady eloped with our money, I had to do odd jobs. I had to do Grubhub. I had to do DoorDash. I had to do everything to be able to survive. And I was surprised to see that some of the houses that I passed every day that I thought were abandoned, that some of them actually housed my students. Yes. You know, poverty is real. Poverty is affecting a lot of our young minds. Poverty is a problem. Is a problem. Is a problem. Is a problem. So I got to experience a lot of the disparities. I got to experience a lot of the challenges. I remember one of the schools I taught at, I wanted to bring the smart board into service, but it was after the budget. But I used my own money and I got the smart board, and we made such an improvement that the principal put a smart board in every classroom the next school year. And it was my first time as a teacher. Some of you that are managers, is one of the good qualities of a manager is to be open-minded and receptive. As a manager, you may not necessarily be the smartest. You may not necessarily be the most qualified. You may not necessarily be the most experienced. And trust me, some of your employees, they know when they feel they are smarter than you. And you make it worse sometimes when you try to outsmart them. Chill out. You're already the manager. You don't need to prove yourself to anybody. Relax. You know? Hi. K-12 is not easy, man. It's tough. And I have nothing but respect. I have nothing but deep respect for all you teachers out there. Thank you for all you do. I know you can never be thanked enough, but I say thank you. I've been there. I couldn't survive it. You are still there. You're doing it. You're a better person than I am. Thank you. And I pray that God will fill your hearts with so much joy. I pray that God will bless the fruits of your labor, that you will live to see your students blossom into great and successful young adults. And that will relieve the trauma, whatever trauma you went through. I pray for God's strength for you. I pray for resilience for you. Amen. All right, we have started our descent right now. 25,000 down, coming down. We've not, I didn't choose what is my arrival. Runway 27 right, so let's do that. So we're going to choose runway 27 right. Our approach, cheaper. Veer, come on. Okay, why is it not clicking? There you go. Hold on. No, cheaper. I'll try cheaper. There you go. Transition, Matthew. Okay. I think we may have actually passed that, but let's see. All right, so we're heading close now to Cubase. Okay, it's all right. So this is one of those things that kind of is okay, here we go. All right. Oh, we've already passed that too. Make grief. All right. That's where I'm going. Why is it turning the other way around? Oh, okay. Let me see. Have I passed it? Oh, yeah. So I should be heading to Lemke. Lemke should be my next. Sorry about that. Okay, I know I click enter. Then I click this. Yeah, there. Oh, come on. There you go. So Lemke. There you go. And we are set. All right. Okay, we are good to go. Sorry about that. Don't report to HR. Remember, snitches. No. Snitches get stitches. One thing I admire so much about my students is how they really kind of have this notion about, they have this common hatred for snitches. It's an automatic thing that they all just hate. Everybody hates a snitch, right? So my class, like if they do something stupid, like I'm in the middle of a lesson and somebody throws something at the board, they would all rather be punished together than to report the person that did it. I'm like, oh my goodness, talk about mafia. Yeah, they would all rather face than I'm like, you guys are so bad. sometimes, but sometimes it's fun. All right, 20,000 and descending. So, that's the other thing. So K-12 experience, and after that operations, and that one was the most short-lived, but the most dramatic. That actually is more like the culmination of everything. Of where I was told, um, despite my qualifications, despite whether academic, whether through experience, whether everything, despite everything, none of that was put into consideration. Um, but one of the chief factors that was considered was that I was said not to be humble. So I didn't get a promotion because somebody felt I was not humble. You know, it will perhaps be it will perhaps be a better picture to paint that the person that is saying that the person is not humble is a white person, and the person that is saying that is not humble is a black person. So a white man is telling a black person that is not humble, and therefore he will not promote him to a position that he qualifies for because he's not humble. And this person that is said not to be humble happens to be a person who has been a monk all his teenage life. So if it's almost like accusing the Pope of not being humble. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like a I don't know how else to explain it. So that was the climax for me. That was the top of that was when it became clear to me that my color has weight. That regardless of how hard I work, regardless of how nice I am, regardless of what qualifications I have, over and beyond required qualifications for whatever job I apply for, regardless of how well I have performed in my job, which was so well that I had to get a commendation from the VP that I never heard of, that I never saw before, complimenting me about something and saying that it should be implemented Fortune 500 company wide. But still, a person that got such a commendation could not be promoted to a job that he was already doing more than 50% of the functions because he was not humble. So that's the fourth one. So that was when it became clear to me that I need to work on the work that I'm doing right now, and that is writing my memoir on the weight of blackness. I feel the color of my skin has a weight because I didn't grow up here, so I didn't come with any bias or any prior experience that you can say, okay, I came with the best intention. I came expecting the best, looking forward to the best, being the best. But somehow, it was a shock to me that 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 I could be rejected even though I was making profit. Do you understand? Like I had thought that no matter what happens, if you're making money for anybody, trust me, they would want you. You know what I'm saying? I almost felt like, yeah, I just have to keep grinding, man. I just have to keep proving my pay. I just have to keep proving my worth. And I will always have employment so long as I just keep, proving my worth. That was what I thought. But my final shock was that somebody could literally hate me so much, even though I've done nothing to them. But simply based on feelings. Just based on feelings. And I believe it happens to a lot of people. It happens every day, somebody told me. If you're one of those managers, please stop it. Don't be one of those people that make life miserable for others. And you're always the first to quote, life is complicated. Stop making people's lives complicated and tell them that life is complicated. Somebody finally got a nice job, perfect schedule, making money for you. The last thing in that person's mind is that they're going to lose their job. Because they even know that, yes, even though they can see that you despise them, but at least they are still making ends meet from money they are getting from you. So at least it's at least helping them. They're at least putting up with, I don't care what you call it. You have to pay your bills. Right? But to know that you are so despised that person will get rid of you even at the expense of hurting the company. That was my last and final trauma. That was it.